Hello everyone. We are waiting for the participants to join. We will start in next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, are
Ria.
you audible?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
yes, yes.
Let's kickstart our webinar today. Good morning, all, and welcome everyone. I am Ria Khan, your host for today's webinar, and my team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. Okay, so today our webinar is all about Microsoft Fabric Data and Engineer. About the ATC community, that Azure Tech community. The webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, open source development and operations. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into the today's session, let me take a moment to introduce this Synergetics and Microsoft. It is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower business and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experience. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, development, and operation, Synergetic is committed to equipping you the tools and knowledge to succeed. Synergetic learning solutions, those are persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, rescaling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics. If you want to know more about the scaling journey, please contact with us. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with fundamental certifications, then progresses to advanced role based certifications, and finally expert level certifications. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technology knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log in and meet up and gain your knowledge for free. So now I would like to introduce our speaker, Miss Manasi Shahane, a data analytics and ML consultant, a trainer associated with Synergetics. She is a very capable consultant, experienced in training and skilling, designing learning curriculums and mentoring professionals in various organizations. A learning consultant, content developer, corporate trainer, moderate with multitude years of experience. Manisi has played many roles in providing skilling solutions for multiple organizations. Let's come to the agenda. The agenda for the webinar is what is Microsoft Fabric, why Microsoft Fabric, One Lake and its features, components of Microsoft Fabric, and overview of DP700 certifications. This is the 8 hours of learning plan, which includes 1 day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam preparation sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please do connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for DP700, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share your badge on your LD and Twitter profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. Also, I'm sharing the learning achievement badge link in the chat box. Let's talk about the code of conduct. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participations. Please note participants are not allowed to take the SS of the presentation and cannot do the screen recording. This is the Advantage India Skilling, an AINSI initiative by Microsoft aimed at empowering the future of AI skills at scale. IT highlights key focus areas such as data and AI Office, 365 Copilot, GitHub Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI, skill development, and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join this session, please connect with us. Anyone who wants to organize the exclusive session in your organization or college, please do let us know, as this session are absolutely free. Also, do follow us on social media platform to get relevant updates about on upcoming webinars, workshops, certification, the training we do. Also, I will be sharing the link in the chat box. Thank you so much. That is all from my end. And now I would hand it over to our speaker. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ria, for the introduction. Just give me 2 minutes, guys. There's some important work. I'm so sorry. Just 2 minutes. I'll just start the session in 2 minutes. Just
Yeah, hi Ria. Just I had one question. Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
Ria, like when will be the full sessions or full course will be scheduled?
So we will get you with the update, but I guess the session will start right now only in this webinar, I suppose.
Normally, this is an overview, right? About full course, I am speaking.
Okay, sir. I will just ask about this to my head, and I will get you back in just few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Siddiqui. About the course, I'll share you the number of one of my colleague, uh, Vivek. He will just contact him. He will let you know about the course. I'm
Okay,
sharing his
Vivek.
number in the chat box.
Okay, Vivek, I already know him. Yeah.
Okay, so you can contact him regarding this.
Actually, like there are multiple things that goes with synergetics. Multiple courses continue with synergetics.
Yes,
So I think they
yes.
have to prepare some schedule. Then only they'll roll out the full course.
Uh, yes, so regarding that, you only he can tell you about this. So you can contact him and you'll get all the details.
Okay, okay, right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any WhatsApp group for that the course preparations and when it will start? Is there any idea about that one?
I'm sorry, can you come again, sir?
Is there any WhatsApp group you guys are maintaining for that TP Samanander course?
No, sir. No, there's not any WhatsApp group. Whenever
Mm-hmm.
the courses are out, we just send them individually.
Oh, okay, okay. Yes,
Yeah.
I don't
Thank.
have that Vivek contact number and all. So is it
Okay,
possible
I'll
to
I'll
share?
share his contact number in the chat box, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
yeah. So sorry, guys. Just I had some important work which was clashing with this, but it's done. So don't worry. We are on. We can now begin with the session. So this particular, before we go ahead, Ria has already introduced me. So my name is Manasi Shahane, and I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and I've been associated with Synergetics for the past 6 years, and I've been training corporates in a lot of companies like Accenture, TCS, Infosys, on different technologies, especially in the data domain. So my forte has been in the data and AI domains. So today it is a one-day webinar that where you will be learning about a relatively new service that Microsoft has launched, which is called as the Microsoft Fabric service. Okay, now so basically this is like a 4-day training that is offered by Microsoft, but here we are not definitely meeting for 4 days, right? So here we are just going to we are going to try and understand what the service is, just a few fundamentals, and we are going to do an overview of this particular topic. And what is the DP 700 certification? We are also going to understand that. Okay, so this is what is the agenda. So we are going to understand what is Fabric, why Microsoft Fabric, okay, what are the different components that are there, and just a request to everyone, uh, just please do not unmute yourself and start talking. If you have any questions, whether it is technical, non-technical questions, you have Ria and Shubh in the chat. They will be helping you with it, like for any upcoming webinars, or if you want exam vouchers. Okay, they are the correct people whom you can write to. So they will help you with it. So all our information has been shared in the chat by Shub. So, but if you have any questions related to that, you can just tag him or Ria. They will help you with it. But if you have any technical queries related to the Fabric service, related to the certifications that Microsoft offer, please do feel free to put it in the chat. I will definitely address and take up these queries during the training that is going on. Okay, so this is just a 1 day webinar. So we will try and wrap it up early because it's a Saturday, it's a weekend. So we all want not that early. As by latest by 5, I can guarantee you that, because like I said, it's an overview. We can't go in depth of every module that is taught in the certification or in the training. So naturally, we will be wrapping it up as soon as possible. So so there will be breaks in the middle, definitely, because you can't listen to me the entire time. I can't talk for the entire day and go on. So there will be 3 breaks during the session. One break we will be taking around 11:30, 11:45. Um, that is the time. And then we will be taking a break for lunch. That will be around 1 hour. And then we will take another break where you can have some tea, coffee in the evening. Okay. So this is how we are going to plan today's session. So detailed session, I don't know whether we are planning an open session or not. So I think Vivek will be the correct person to contact. Vivek or Shubh. They are the correct people to contact, and they will let you know what are the upcoming sessions. Not just on Fabric, but on any other service like OpenAI, Gen AI. So we do conduct a lot of webinars on that also. So if you want to even get into the AI space, AI domain, you can definitely look at our webinars, look at our trainings. We do conduct some open sessions even over there. Okay, so you can just contact them and they will let you know about the upcoming webinars. So let's start with today's topic, that is the Fabrics Data Engineer Associate. Okay, now what is that? But before we get into the detail, okay, and understand the Fabric service, we're going to understand why this service was introduced by by Microsoft. Because earlier, we all know that nowadays, any organization that is there, or any individual also, right? Whoever is there, we all know that today without data, we cannot operate, right? We need data. And since technology involves, since new services come in, new devices get added, a lot of things that new applications come in, right? Now, even Gen AI, we know it is gaining so much popularity. Within 3 years, we can see it is just changing and evolving, right? So many things and everything requires data, right? And we know that data is the oil. And this growth of data is always going to be exponential. It's never going to go down. It's always going to go up. Correct? So we all know that data is very important. It needs to be managed, right? And we can't just keep data lying. We can't just have data stored somewhere, right? Data is just coming in. So, guys, can you all in the chat very quickly tell me what are the different sources of data? Where from where does data come in? What are the different sources? Can you let me know quickly in the chat? What are the different sources from where data comes? List down some of the sources that data comes. Yes, correct. Databases, absolutely right. Website, true, absolutely correct. Yes, CSV files, Excel sheets, Excel workbooks, correct. Emails, IoT, absolutely correct. Any other sources? Yes, absolutely correct. So you have data coming in from databases. Okay. Data comes from files, file storage. So we can say file storage. That is your CSV files, JSON files, correct? Websites, we have IoT devices or sensor information, right? IoT devices. We have data coming from applications, right? Instagram, Facebook, they all have data, the images that you put in, the reels that you put in, right? Those all are nothing but where data is coming from. Yes, absolutely correct. Data warehouses, correct? You have data warehouses, you have data lakes, correct? You have a storage or a source where data comes in from there. You have databases, so databases have So, guys, just a request. Please keep yourselves on mute. I do not have a moderator who can help me over here, so I will only have to unmute you. Mute you. So, please, if you have any questions and you want to talk, please put it in the chat. We will definitely, or towards the end of the session, if you have any questions and you want to ask directly, you can definitely ask over there. So, but right now, when I'm explaining, okay, please just keep yourselves on mute. So yes, of course, we have databases, we have file storage, we have SharePoint, right? We have SharePoint as the source, we have IoT devices, we have search engines from where data comes in, right? So over here, yes, CRM, that is also a source from where data comes in, CRM and all the ERP systems that you build, okay? So they are nothing but from where data is kept. Yes, absolutely right. Social media platforms, right? It comes from even social media platforms. So here we have so many sources, right, from where data is generated or data is stored. Correct? We have so many sources. SAP, we can consider it as the database only, but the connector we cannot we can't call it as a source, but we can definitely the SAP database. We can call it as a source from where data comes in. Correct? So over here we can see that we have so many sources. So naturally, the amount of data that we are collecting is so large. And over here, when we talk about these sources, when data is coming from these sources, we know that the data is not of the same type, right? Data is not of the same type. Can you tell me quickly in the chat, what are the three different types of data? What are the three different types of data that we have? Yes, guys, the three types of data, yes, correct. Structured, absolutely correct. What is the other types, guys? Yes, absolutely correct. Unstructured, we have semi-structured data, right? So these are the types, and we all know that when we store the data, okay, in the file storage or we store the data in a database, right? We all know that. So guys, just please keep yourselves on mute. Yeah. So over here we are seeing that data is generated from multiple sources, right? And the type of the data that we get from these sources, right? They are all different. That means in a database, we know that okay, so we know that in a database, generally structured data, right, which is in the format of a file a table. So data has two formats in which it is generally stored. Okay, we all know that it has two formats. That is your format of the data, which is generally a table format and a file format. Correct. These are the two ways in which data is generally stored, right? This is how the data is stored, whether now it could be a structured data, it could be a structured file also, like your CSV file, correct, where the data gets stored. So over here, you can see that we have so many sources from where data comes in, right? We have so many sources. We have the IoT devices, which is streaming data also. If I have to process the data, right? When we talk about processing the data that is coming, okay, when we talk about processing or processing the data, again, we know there are two types. It is a batch process that we can do and a stream process, correct? These are the two ways in which we can process the data. So the data is coming from multiple sources. You're listed down, right? We have IoT sources, we have um, databases. Now, in databases, also we know that the data can be stored as a structured data or a semi-structured data, right? Which is having some flexible schema. So you have NoSQL databases also. So here you can see the type is different. The storage for every type will also be different. So generally, when you work with files, right? When you work with a file format or data is in the CSV, JSON files or XML files or audio, video, images, all these files that we have, right? The data is going to be stored in a different storage, and that could be a data lake, it could be a blob storage, correct? Data can be stored over there. So over here, you can see, and data naturally is not going to come. So when we talk about enterprises, okay, they can have their own way of storing the data. Some might be within the same organization. They will be storing different, they will be using different storages to store or, to store the data, right? So over here, so Vedant, if you have any question, just put it in the chat. That would be better. Okay. So guys, if you have any questions, do not raise your hand because we don't have the entire day. It's not like a training. So if you have any questions, like I said, you can ask towards the end of the training, or you can definitely put it in the chat. And I will definitely answer it if I can. Okay. Yes. So the image also, image data also that we talk about, because they are generally files only. Okay. So generally JPEG, PNG, okay, they are all generally stored as blobs. So they are called as blobs, which is called as the binary large objects. Okay. So they are called as blobs. That is the full form. Okay, so they are also stored. They are nothing but stored in files. There is no way in which we can store images in a. So it will be a, yeah. There's no way in which we can store. So they are generally stored as blobs in a file format. Okay, so over here when we see, we can see that data has multiple sources. Data has a lot of processing is different, right? So either you collect the data in batches and then later you analyze it, right? Or there are certain scenarios where data needs to be analyzed immediately, right? For example, you have a manufacturing company, you have a lot of factories across which manufacture products. So if a particular factory is down, a particular sensor is not working in a factory, or something is down, temperature is not being correctly, or temperature reading is not being done, right? So you can't wait. Or let's say, for example, you're carrying a tanker full of petrol or diesel or uh, some like you're carrying petrol or diesel in a tanker, and you're transferring this particular liquid from one destination to the other, right? So over here, we all know that petrol or diesel is something that is combustible. It is something that is highly flammable, right? So over here, we know that we have to keep on monitoring the tanker. We can't afford to have a leak in it, right? We can't afford to have any hole in that tank, or the liquid or the fuel, is leaking out. So when you're transporting such an oil from one destination, and we know the tankers go, right? There is a lot of care that is taken while it is transferred, correct? So when you're monitoring that, uh, when you're monitoring the tanker, right? Now, when you have lots of sensors that you have placed it, and you're monitoring, so you get information every minute, every second, whatever time frame you want, every half an hour. So let's say there is what we say, there is a leak in the tank. There's a hole in the tank, and the fuel has started, dispersing out of it. So what will happen over here? Let's say you are now, you are not, you are collecting the data, and let's say you are going to process this data that you collected later. So that kind of process, like I said, is called as batch. So in batches, you analyze the data. So generally, the data that is stored in databases, files, or data warehouses, okay, or data lakes, right? They all are generally stored in a file or a table, right? And then you process that data. After a certain batch is collected, right? After a certain amount of data is collected, then you put it for processing. But if you have a scenario like this, where the data is critical, okay, data keeps on changing every minute. There will be a new update, right? Temperature readings, humidity readings will change. Stock prices keep on changing, right? Or even your this transport that you are doing, and you have to keep on monitoring the oil tank that is there. You can't get data, you can't collect their data after 1 hour and then you process it, right? You can't do that. Okay. So you have to immediately analyze the data. You will have to, whatever data is coming in, immediately you have to track it, you have to create an alert for it. Okay. So that kind of processing, okay, is called as stream processing, because you are analyzing the data in real time. Because there is a leak in the tank, there is a hole in the tank. Naturally, you can't afford the liquid to, or the fuel to come out, right? It is highly combustible and flammable, so you have to be ultra cautious. So in those scenarios, or let's say the temperature has changed, okay, or even your stock prices are changing, and you want to keep a constant update about, it. So in these scenarios, you can't wait for the data to be analyzed. Okay. So here it won't be like an automation. Okay. It is not kind of an automation. You will have to once at least set it up. But after that, yes, then you can decide how you want to automate. But by default, it is never automated. You will have to set up what kind of analysis you will have to do, because the data will keep on changing. So you will have to apply something we call as windowing functions, which takes or captures data according to time intervals. Okay, it will capture data in specific time intervals, like in every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, or every 2 minutes. Okay, the data will be captured. Okay, so here we will constantly be monitoring the data, because we have to process it in real time, and the data is coming as streams. Okay, it will be coming as streams from the devices that are there. So over here, we can see that data has different sources, right? Data has different types to it, correct? Data has two formats to it, and the data gets stored also in different storages. So for storing of the data also, you can see we have so many storages, right? So Yes, we are collecting data, we are using the data, but we can't just keep the data lying, right? We all know that we can't just keep the data lying. Why are we collecting data then at the first place? The question will come, right? Why are we collecting data in the first place then? Why do we need to collect the data? So over here, right, whenever you work with an organization or whenever you are working, like you want to work in the market, right? You want to analyze you want to analyze the trends that are currently there in the market. You want to see how much sales did you do in the last month? What is your sales in this month? You want to project your sales. You want to see what sales you will do for this year. What was your last year sales, right? You want to question your data so that it gives you an answer, right? You want to ask the data, see this, what was my sales last year? And now you want to, let's say, predict what will be your sales this year based on the last year sales. Or let's say you want to compare the sales that you have done on a monthly basis, right? We completed April month. You want to see how much sales did you do in the month of March, compare it with the month of April. So those kind of analysis you will have to do with the data. And capturing the data, storing the data alone is not going to do that. You will have to ask questions. You will have to ask questions. You will have to derive the information from the data. And in order to do that, we need to perform analytics. We need to perform analysis on top of the data, right? We need to perform analysis on top of the data. So data and analysis, that is why it is called as data analytics. Why do you need analytics? And in order to analyze the data. So the data you can't just keep the data, you have to make use of that data, right? So over here, when we talk about analysis, okay. So over here, like I said, we get multiple data is coming from multiple sources, right? So we need to analyze this data, right? Either we can do predictive analytics, so analytics has 5 types to it. Okay, analytics has 5 types to it. So it depends on what kind of analysis are you doing. So the first type is called as descriptive. So descriptive will help you. Okay, if you want to do descriptive analytics, it will help you understand what happened. Okay, so you will ask the question so you will ask the data this question: what happened? What happened to the sales? Whether it decreased, whether it increased? Okay, what happened? What is the new marketing trend that is there? So that kind of analytics that you are doing, that is called as the descriptive analytics. The second kind of analytics that you can do is called as diagnostics. Analytics, which will answer why it happened, which will give you an answer to the question why it happened. Why did the sales go down? Why did the sales go up? Why is this marketing strategy not working? What is the current trend that is there, right? Why has the sensor gone down? What is the reason for the sensor not working? Why am I getting such temperature readings, whereas some other these things are giving me this answer, right? Why is So if you want to ask why, you understood what happened, you understood the sales went down. Why did the sales go down? Was it because of some marketing strategy that went wrong? Okay, or this marketing strategy that you have is no longer in operation. People are liking something else, right? So over here, why did it go down? That answer you will get, the part of the analysis that you are doing is called as the diagnostic analysis. The next thing that you can do, now you understood the why, you understood the what, right? The next thing is you will have to get ready as to what you have to do. Because ultimately, why did the sales go down? Okay, you understood the sales went down. Why did it go down? Because of some marketing strategy, let's say. Now, what do you do about it? What do you do? What are the next steps that you are supposed to take? And that analysis is done through the prescriptive analysis. So prescription, how a doctor gives us medicines, prescribes medicines, right? If you take those medicines, you will feel better. Your pain will go away, or whatever you had problem, that will go away. So it prescribes medicines to you, right? So similarly, if you want to make the maximum of your data, you want to boost your sales, you want your sales to go up, you want your profit to go up, right? Or that analysis, next what to do. So you understood the what, you understood the why, now what to do next. Okay. That is called as the prescriptive analytics. So you prescribe what is supposed to be done. Okay. What is supposed to be done. And once you do that, once you decide, okay, what is supposed to be done, you will now have to know prescriptive and predictive are not the same. They are different. So prescriptive, as the name says, it will prescribe only what you will do. So you will take those actions, probably change the marketing strategy, or promote a certain way, add in more social media influencers, etc. That is what prescription means. Okay, it means prescribing as to what you want to do. Okay, but predictive analytics will help you predict, will help you predict. Now, if now I have selected, let's say I have, I want to analyze, or I work with a bank. Okay, so a bank wants to train, wants some automation, wants automation in predicting whether a person should get a loan or not, right? We want to predict what will be the weather today, whether it's going to be raining, whether it's going to be hot, whether it's going to be snowing, right? Then that kind of an analysis, if I am doing, where I'm predicting the outcome, where I'm trying to find out what will happen. I prescribed, I implemented it. Now I want to see what will happen. Will the sales go up? Will the revenue go up? Will there be a profit? Okay, if I change my marketing strategy, I have prescribed a change in the marketing strategy. Will it go up? So that analysis, if I have to do, that is termed as a predictive analysis. That particular analysis of the or branch of analysis, if you're doing. So generally, when you're working with machine learning or AI models, right, you are developing that. Why? Because you want to predict something. You want to infer from the data and you want to predict something, whether a person will get a loan or not. What will be the car price? You're predicting based on certain conditions. So that branch of analysis is called as the predictive analysis. Okay. So when you're working with the analytics field, okay, data, and I told you analysis go hand in hand. If there is no data, you can't do analysis. If you don't do analysis, why will you? I mean, they are interrelated to each other, right? So earlier, what was the scenario? Let's just discuss that, right? And for this, what we are going to do is we are going to stick to a single cloud platform. Okay, to explain this scenario. Okay, why Fabric? So first of all, we are going to understand the reason behind Microsoft launching such a service. Okay, because it's being termed as an analytical service out there in the market, right? It is being termed as the analytical tool that people can use for their end-to-end analytical solution. Because when we talk about an analytical solution, guys, okay, data plays a crucial role naturally, right? So data is what you are basically analyzing. So we have to discuss data is coming, if you see, from multiple sources, right? Data comes from multiple sources. Now you need to extract the data from these sources. It's naturally that it's not going to come on its own. You will need that data. You want the data for analysis. So you will have to extract it, right? And when we extract the data from these sources, we all know that the data is not perfect, right? Data is not cleaned. It is not transformed. It is something that is just picked up from the source, stored in a particular storage. Now we need to use it for analysis. We will have to use it for analysis. So we need to extract it. You did it. But that data that you get is not going to be correct. It's going to be raw, right? We will have to make it perfect. We will have to work upon it, right? A particular skill that we don't know, we try to improve ourselves on it. correct? So over here, we will improve on it. We will try and correct it. We'll try and rectify it. We'll try and transform it, and we will try and clean it, right? So over here, we need to do that. We need to transform the data. And finally, we need to load it into a destination so that we can further and analyze the data, right? So when we talk about this, okay, this is termed how your data flows, okay, for analysis. And this is called as building an end-to-end analytical solution. Now, how does an end-to-end analytical solution look? So you will have data coming in from sources. You will either load it first. Okay, you will load it first, and then wherever you load the data, over there itself, you will transform it and then use that data for further analysis. Okay, or you get the data first, you extract the data first, you transform that first, and then you load it. So such processing or the such pipeline that you create in which your data flows is called as ETL or ELT. So data has again two pipelines. So we have the extract. So you extract the data first. Of course, you will need the data. So you'll have to extract it. You first transform it and then you load it. Or the second way in which you can work with the data is first you of course extract, you load first, and then at the destination, okay, you transform the data. So these are called as ETL and ELT pipelines. Okay, it is called as ETL and ELT pipelines. So when we are so we need to load the data. So this is generally how the data. So this is one such architecture of the data or end-to-end analysis that we are doing of the data, right? So we have multiple sources from where data comes in. You extract the data, you load it. So here we are loading the data first, okay? And then we are transforming it. And then later, we are further transforming it to analyze the data. So nowadays, if I have to talk about which pipeline is used commonly, I would say it is the ELT pipeline. Okay, it is the ELT pipeline. And why is it commonly used now? I'll tell you, because the size of the data that we have, it's large, right? The volume of the data that is generally nowadays we are getting, it's not small in size. It's huge in size, right? So it's practically not possible to transform the data. Okay. So it is always better you first load it and then you transform it. Okay. But in certain scenarios, like when we talk about um, loading the data in a data warehouse. Okay, in certain scenarios like loading data in a data warehouse, you can't use ELT, okay, because we have two tables in a data warehouse, correct? We have the fact table and then we have the dimension table, correct? So we will see what the fact table is, what is the dimension table. I'll give you all an overview about it, okay? So those two tables, we all know. So a fact table in general, okay, because it is going to have all the data, factual data, all the numeric data will be present in the fact table. So the size of the fact table itself is very large. It has a lot of records in it. Okay, it has a lot of records. The fact table has a lot of records in it. So if I have to now load the data into a fact table, so it's practically not possible to load the or create the entire fact table with data coming in from the sources. So you extract the data and you directly load it into the fact table. So it is going to take time because of the volume of the data that you have. And at times what happens? You will have unnecessary rows, unnecessary columns which will get loaded into the data, into that table. Why load it? Why unnecessarily load it? Right? So over here, it's your call. Mostly it is your call what kind of processing you want to do. Okay. So it depends on your scenario, but in certain scenarios, but popularly nowadays, ELT is being used by many organizations, if I have to talk about, but that will depend on your scenario, how you want to load the data, how you want to do the analysis of the data. Okay. So over here, Yes, so when we come to Fabric, yes, if I have to talk about Fabric, you have correctly put it, Siddhi, that it is overall it is nothing but, and you can use these services that you have listed, Data Factory, Databricks, Synapse in Microsoft Fabric as well. Okay, so now over here, when we talk about now, like I said, we were trying to understand, okay, why Microsoft Fabric, why why Microsoft came up with a service. So we are trying to understand the why, because if you understand the why, the what will be clear to you. Okay, you will completely understand. So if you want the recording access, Arpita, you will have to subscribe to our YouTube channel. So we will be uploading the recordings over there. So we will not do it immediately. So it will take some time for us to upload the recording there, but you can definitely go to our YouTube channel and subscribe to our YouTube channel in order to get the recording of this session. So, like I said, okay, we are going to understand the why, and I'm going in order to explain this why, we are going to stick to a single cloud platform, that is the Azure cloud, because before Fabric came, okay, people were developing end-to-end analytical solutions. They were extracting data from these sources. They were using multiple tools, okay, to analyze the data, do descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive, and predictive analysis of the data. Okay, so people were doing that, and people are still doing that. It's not that because Fabric has come in, people have immediately shifted to the Fabric service. No, there are people still using those services. So it could depend on which cloud platform you are using or which tool. Even with Python, we all know we can do analysis of the data. We can perform ETL, ELT, right? We can do all of that. So it depends upon you what kind of tools you want to use in order to perform analysis or analytical solutions you want to develop. It is totally up to you. Okay, so in order to explain the concept behind Fabric, what I am going to do is I'm going to stick to a single cloud platform. Okay, so these challenges can be there in other cloud platforms, also in a lot of other services. But in order to understand this, I'm going to use the Azure cloud platform. Now, when we talk about storing the data, right, we have to store the data somewhere. It comes in from a source and it needs to be stored, or you directly store it into that storage. So we know on the Azure cloud, right? If we talk about the Azure cloud only, so there are multiple storages where I can store the data. So we have the Azure blob storage. If you're working with files, okay, your data, if you are storing or you want to load it, so you create a file and then you load it into the blob storage, or you can also use the Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage account, right? For storing data in a file. So you can upload the data to the cloud if you don't want to use your local system. So what do? You will load it into the Azure blob storage, or you could use the Azure Gen 2 storage account. If it's a table you want to work with relational data, you will use the Azure SQL database, right? You will use the Azure SQL database. You can use the Postgre, you can use Oracle databases, any databases that you want, you can use that. So here we are just going to stick to the cloud part. Okay, we are going to stick to the cloud part. So if you have to work with NoSQL database on Azure, you have the Cosmos DB account. Okay, the Cosmos DB, which hosts all the NoSQL databases, whether it's a graph, it's Columnar, it is MongoDB. Okay, all those kinds of storages are hosted on the Azure Cosmos DB database. Okay, so you have the blob storage, you have the data lake, Gen 2. Okay, you have Azure SQL database for database related, like relational tables, you can use with. Yes, it is unstructured. You can have unstructured data also in Azure Cosmos DB, but generally it is used for flexible schema like semi-structured, like JSON or columnar or document. Okay, so generally, if you have to store it in a semi-structured manner, okay, then you will use the Azure Cosmos DB. If you have to work with relational data table or data, again, you have to use a data warehouse, right? You make use of a data warehouse. So you have on Azure for data warehouse, the Synapse Analytics, it is called, whose former name Azure SQL Data Warehouse. This was the former name of the Azure data warehouse that you could create. Okay. Then, of course, you can use, yeah. So in terms of storage, if I have to use the Azure cloud, we use the Azure blob storage. We can use the data lake, okay, for files to get stored. Okay, we can use the Azure SQL database, Cosmos DB, Azure Synapse Analytics, okay, the data warehouse part in the Synapse service. So this is in terms of storage. Now, if you have to perform data cleaning, data transforming, okay, you want to clean the data, transform the data, okay, or you want to do ELT, ETL, any one of these pipelines you have to create, okay. So to do ETL or ELT, there are different tools again to do that. Okay, so you have on the Azure cloud platform, we are just going to stick to one platform. Like I said, you have the Azure Data Factory, which has two components, two interfaces, that is the pipeline and the data flow. Okay, we have these two services that are there. So you can either go with the pipeline, you can go with the data flow. Okay, so you can, now what does the pipeline do? Basically, a data factory is a data ingestion, data movement tool that is used. So you can ingest the data from multiple sources and you can load it. Okay, so if you see, if I'm getting the data from multiple sources, you can use the Azure Data Factory, okay, or you could also use the Azure Synapse service, Synapse Analytics, which also has the pipeline feature similar to your data factory incorporated in that same service. So not just the data warehousing, but you can also do the ETL, ELT, okay, in that same service. So for that, there is a pipeline. Also, you can use the Azure Databricks service to perform the ETL, ELT. Okay, so here you will use an interface of the notebook to analyze the data. Okay, you will make use of the notebook to analyze the data. So if you are comfortable, okay, you don't want a low code, no code approach, because this is what the data factory service and the Synapse service offers. People who generally don't like coding, are not well versed with coding, or want to do very little coding, they don't want to spend much time in coding, they can use the data factory or the Synapse service. But if you want to actually use a Python code or a Scala code or Java, and you want to clean and transform the data, right, you can use the Azure Databricks service. Okay, you can make use of this. So here, when we talk about the ETL, ELT, okay, you can also make use of the Azure Synapse Analytics service, which has the notebook also incorporated in that same service. Okay, so you can do data warehousing. You can also do big data analysis, perform ETL or ELT using the Synapse service. So in Synapse, you have the pipeline, you have the notebook also incorporated in that. Okay, so here if you have to perform ETL, ELT, okay, I can use these service. Now this data generally is in batches. It is already stored as tables or as a file and etc. Right? So at times there can be scenarios where you might want to use, or your data is coming from IoT devices, correct? Your data is a real-time source, okay? And you want to do the analysis of the data. So when we talk about real-time analysis, okay, it is termed as real-time analysis. So when we are doing the real-time analysis, we need different tools because the kind of data that is coming, like I said, it is changing, it is coming in at regular intervals. It's not that you are waiting for a certain batch, then you will create a file or a table out of it, and then you will analyze the data. Your data needs to be analyzed immediately. So data is coming in real time. So if I have to ingest the data from the IoT sources from multiple devices, so we have a tool to do that, which is called as the Azure IoT Hub, okay? Or we can also use the Azure Event Hubs to ingest the data, to load the data, okay? Now, if you want to analyze the data, okay, you in real time, you want to make analysis, you want to write queries, you want to do the analysis of the data. So again, there are multiple services to do that. You have the Azure Stream, sorry, analytical service. So you have the Azure Stream Analytical or the Analytics service. You can also use another service which is called as the Azure Data Explorer. Okay, so this also enables you to analyze the data in real time. Okay, this particular service allows you to do that also. So here you can see we have multiple services. Now, we all know that when we talk about data, okay, when we talk about data, so there are different roles in the data domain. There are multiple data professionals, okay, that come together, collaborate together. Not all people do the same thing, even if it is working with the data, right? There are different roles that are there in the data domain also. We call them as data professionals, okay? So here, when we talk about data, there are many roles in data. So the first role that you have is of a data engineer. Now, what does a data engineer exactly do? So a data engineer's job is primarily to clean and transform the data. It's primarily to perform the ETL or the ELT pipelines, create them, okay, create them so that whenever now you have to make use of the data to further your analysis. Now it can be taken by a data analyst, and it could be taken by a data scientist. Correct? So what does a data engineer do? A data engineer will only clean, transform the data, get it ready, because he will be the one who will be actually working with the sources from where data comes, either transform it, okay, clean it, transform it, or first load it and then transform it and get it ready so that a data analyst who is trying to create reports, visualize the data, okay, because we all know if when we visualize the data, it is much better, right? Why we love to see movies or watch movies, because it is the story is put in, there is a life in that story. Nobody, I mean, I am a book reader, I love to read books. Okay, so for me, it is a little different thing, but not all people love to read books or anything. But if they see the movie, they will love that. They enjoy that more than reading books, right? Or even when I'm reading a book, I try to imagine the characters or relate it to somebody in the real life, okay, based on the description given by the author. So we all know that when we visualize the data, because we will not like to see the data in tables, right? We will not like to analyze the data in table with just numbers inside it. If those numbers are put into columns, are put into columns, are put into is put into a pie chart, is put into a line chart, we all know that we can do better analysis of the data, correct? And that job is taken by the data analyst. So the primary job of a data analyst is to basically do reporting, dashboarding, create reports, develop reports, and visualize the data. Then the other role that we have is a data engineer, and you can also add a AI engineer. Sorry, is of a data scientist and a AI engineer. So now what is their job? Their job is to basically do the predictive analysis. Predictive analysis is their job. So what will they do? They will, uh, again, the pipeline data will be loaded at a destination. They will take that data, and using that data, they will train AI or ML models. Okay, they will use that data to do prediction on top of it, right? They will use that data. So over here, okay, the data scientist and the AI engineer's job is to develop and train and deploy a ML or an AI model. So now if they have to work on the same cloud platform, so generally for data visualization, when we talk about data visualization, we can use, again, there are different tools to do that. You have the Power BI service, which is a very popular tool that is used by data analysts to analyze the data. You can also use the Azure Databricks service. Okay, you can definitely use the Databricks service also to visualize the data. You can also use the Azure Synapse service. Okay, you can also use the Azure Synapse service to visualize the data, perform data visualization. Okay, then if you have to perform, then if you talk about training or deploying a ML model, so for that, again, on the same Azure cloud platform, you have different services to do that. Okay, you have the Azure ML Studio, which will help you train ML models. You have the Azure AI services. So if you want to work with the cognitive skills, cognitive services like speech, text, language, etc. Okay, Gen AI. So you can use the Azure AI services. You can create your custom model. You can train your you can create a custom model or use the existing model. But you will have to use a different service to do that, right? You will have to use a different service. Now, because we are working with data, right? Data is something that is private. It is our personal information or somebody else's personal information, correct? It requires privacy. It requires security on top of it, correct? So if I have to maintain or have to apply security standards, okay, we will have to, again, in terms of security, identity, and access, authorization, authentication. Who can say how much data, what level of data? So if I have to manage that or I have to implement that, okay, in terms of the Azure cloud, we have the Azure Key Vault, sorry. We have the IMA, which will manage the identity and the access. We can use different security methods. So one is Key Vault. You can use the multi-factor authentication. You can use conditional access. You can use something called as role-based access, which you manage from the IAM only. Okay, so this particular thing is managed from the IAM, but you can definitely apply these security methods on top of your data, correct? So if you have to now govern the data, because data is scattered across different sources depending upon different domains. Okay, data is going to be available. So we need to govern also how the data is flowing, from where is the data coming. Okay, are they applying the governance, are they following the governance policies? Okay, rules, regulations, are they complying with it? Okay, so if I have to monitor that, if I have to implement that, okay, for data governance, okay, in a particular region, you don't want your analytical app to be deployed. You don't want that. You want to stick to a single region. Okay. That policy, if you have to apply, so you can do that using a different tool again, which was earlier called as Azure Purview, but now it is called as Microsoft Purview. So you can see over here, right? Uh, when we have to build an end-to-end analytical solution, we have so many services on a single cloud platform. This is just Azure. Even on AWS, GCP, you do have lots of services available over there to perform data analysis, to develop an end-to-end analytical solution. So now if I have to develop an end-to-end analytical solution, create a data estate out of that, how your data flows, right? So over here, if I have to ingest the data, depending upon the storage, whether it's a batch data, it's a real-time data, you will use different tool to ingest. You can use the ADF or the Synapse pipelines. You will extract the data. If it is real-time data, you will use the IoT hub or the event hub, correct? Now, you want to transform the data first, let's say. So for that, you have other services like Databricks, Synapse notebooks, right? To do that. And then finally, you will store the data in some other storage itself. It could be a database, data warehouse, it could be a data lake where you store the data. Again, a different service comes into picture. How you want to further do analysis, you have to give this data to a data analyst, to a data scientist. So they will require the data. Again, they will extract the data, right, for their requirement. And in order to do the analysis, they can use Power BI, they can use Azure Databricks again, the Synapse notebooks, right? They can make use of Azure ML Studio, Azure AI services to perform predictive, descriptive, or any kind of analysis they want to do. And then finally, then that reaches the end user. So this is how our end-to-end analytical solution is built. And in order to build that, you can see that on a single cloud platform itself, we have so many services. Right? We have so many services. But then why Fabric? Yes, like I said, people were doing end-to-end analysis. It's not that people were not doing. If they had so many tools, why not use them? Why not use them in their end-to-end analytical solution? Then why Fabric do we need? So these services, right, that I have listed down, we can see that I've been using Azure everywhere, which indicates that, yes, this is available to us on the Azure platform, right? It is available to us on the Azure platform. But though they are on the same cloud platform, these all services that we have, okay, all these services, except Power BI, I've just added here, I know in the list, but except Power BI, all these services that are there, okay, they are platform oriented. They are platform as a service. Okay, they are platform as a service. They are PaaS options, PaaS tools. Okay, meaning that every time I have to use, or whenever I have to use these services, I need to get the platform ready. I hope everyone is aware what is platform as a service, what is software as a service. Yes, guys, please let me know with a yes or no in the chat. What is platform as a service? What is software as a service? What is PaaS? What is SaaS? Let me know with a yes or a no very quickly in the chat. Okay, great. So all these services that I just listed down on the cloud platform Azure, okay? All these services are platform oriented. Now, what do I mean by platform oriented? If I have to use these services, I will have to get the platform ready to use them. That means I will have to configure the service. Okay, I will have to. So when we configure the service, so when we are setting up these services, so here this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to list down the challenges that people faced. Yes, we had these data services, correct? We were making use of them, but there were certain challenges that are faced. That is why Fabric might have come in. So let's just see very quickly what are the challenges that were faced by people when they were using these services in their analytical solution. So the very first challenge lies in them being platform oriented. So when we talk about platform oriented, we need to configure these platforms. We need to set up these platforms. And in doing that, okay, we are creating something called as workspaces. Okay. For example, I have to work with Databricks or Data Factory. So all the work that we are doing on the Databricks service or on the Data Factory service, it will be stored somewhere. It has to be available somewhere, right? It will be stored in some location or in some place. Correct? So, like how you go to an office and you have a dedicated space for you where you keep all your laptops. You don't carry your laptops every day, probably, right? You keep you let's say you have a desktop. So naturally you can't carry your desktop at home, right? You will keep it at the office. There are certain things that you would like to keep at the office. Why carry them regularly, right? So what you do, you have a dedicated workspace and you keep those things over there. Right? You keep it so it tells people that okay, this belongs to you or it belongs to somebody else or to that person whose desk it is. So similarly, whenever you work with the data factory service or any of these services, they are stored in some workspaces. The work that you do, it will be stored in these in some place, and that where it gets stored is called a workspace. So but what happens when you are using these services? Like I said, they are PaaS. So for every service you land up creating a different workspace. Okay, you land up now, for example, I'll very quickly show you. So let me just quickly log into my Azure portal. So I've logged into my Azure account. Now let's say I want to create a data factory service. So as of now, I don't have an option. So I'll just click on create. I don't have it created. So over here, if you see, first thing that we have to do is we have to basically create this service, create the platform for it. And along with that, if you see here, we are giving a name to this service. So this name basically is called as workspace, where all your work that you do on the data factory service is going to be saved. It's going to be stored. It's going to be saved. Okay, so over here, let me just go ahead and create one. Okay, and I'll just click on review plus create. So it'll do a quick validation and just click on create. So here, if you see, it will create a data factory service. And once we create that data factory service, you will see a studio that will be created where all your pipelines or workspace, sorry, will be created where all the pipelines that you have created, okay, will be stored. So I'll go to the resource. And you can just launch the studio over here. I'll quickly create a Databricks service. Synapse is very expensive and it takes time to get created. So I'll just quickly create a Databricks service. So if I have to, let's say, integrate services together like Databricks or Data Factory. So you can see that every time I have to create, or if I have to create them initially, they are platforms. I have to get the platform ready for all the services, decide the resource group, give it a name. So every service will have a different name. Okay. So over here, I will have to give a different name. Right. And I'll just click on review plus create. So over here, your data factory service has been created. And if you see here, all the work that you do, okay, or you will perform, you will only be able to see where in the workspace that you have created or you have dedicated to the data factory service. So all the pipelines, the data flows that you have, okay, they all will be created where in this workspace. Now, if you want to see the Databricks related work, so once the service creates, we will see that. Here, just to showcase to you what is the first challenge. That is why I'm just creating these two services. It's not necessary that you use both of them. Actually, if I have to talk in terms of even, I mean, in real time, if in real scenarios, it actually used, okay, in both of them are in a way used with each other, because Databricks honestly doesn't have many options to connect to the data sources, okay, and ingest the data. So in Databricks doesn't have its own storage. It doesn't have its own storage. It is just like an abstraction that is present. So if you have to use any storage, you want the data to be extracted from somewhere in the Databricks service, you need to mount an external storage on top of that. It could be a it could be a blob storage, it could be a data lake Gen 2 account, it could be a Azure SQL database. You will have to mount explicitly on top of it. Okay, you will have to do that processing. For that, you require different libraries, you will require a lot of code to do it. Okay, and that abstraction layer that is there, it is called as the Azure Data Bricks file system. So generally, if you see the default mode in which, or the format in which the data is going to be accepted on a Databricks service is a file system. In files only, you will have to load the data or mount the data storage. So what happens over here then is that you will have to, again, the data you will have to extract. Okay. So, and it doesn't have many connectors to which you can extract the data from and store it. Okay. So generally, Databricks is used. Okay. Then you want to do, yes, ETL or ELT. But if you have to extract data, let's say from a SharePoint or HTTP URL, or it is coming from the SQL server, on-premise SQL server, so those connectors are not available on the Databricks service. Okay, so you will have to ingest the data first, then load it into a blob storage first. You will have to do ELT, and then you will have to mount the blob storage, the data bricks onto the ADFS, and then do the analysis of your data. Okay, though now Databricks has another component for doing data warehousing, but that also you will have to load the data, create the data. Okay, that is also a challenge. So that is why you can use either of them, right? Both are ETL, ELT tools. It is up to you which you want to use, which you want to create. Here, why I'm creating is I want to show you that whenever you use these services and you have to integrate these services, okay, what is the thing that happens, that there is a independent workspace that gets created for all these services. So if you now want to work with Databricks, you want to work with Data Factory, you want to work with the blob storage, right? I have a blob storage over here. So what happens over here, you can see data related to the blob storage, you will see only in the data. You will have to come to the storage account, come to the container, and then only you can see the data. If you have to see the notebooks that you have analyzed, you have created, you will have to come to the Databricks workspace, and then only you can analyze the notebooks. What went wrong with the notebooks? Okay. The second thing, so here, all the work that you do related to the notebooks will be stored in this workspace only. The pipelines that you create will only be stored in that workspace for the data factory. Similarly, if you have to work with Synapse, now in Synapse, there is a default underlying storage. So I told you Databricks doesn't have its own storage, but Synapse has its own storage, which it uses, which is called as the Data Lake Gen 2 storage account. So now what happens over there? You have to use, so if you have to work with Synapse, so you will have to load data first in the Data Lake Gen 2 storage account, and then only you can do the analysis of the data. So the direct analysis, if you have to start, you have to do it with the Data Lake Gen 2 account. And again, when you work with Synapse, the work will be created in its own workspace. So if you see here, because they are platform oriented, all the work that you are doing related to that platform will be stored in their independent workspaces. Now, the second challenge that comes, because they are platform oriented, they are independently created, independently they have to work. Okay. The second challenge that is there is the integration. And trust me, this is the main, this is a very, very important challenge that people face. how do we integrate these services together? Because when we have to perform end-to-end analytical solution we have to develop, you can see that we are using so many services. So all these services need to be integrated because data has to flow. The end user will see the result. What is going in the background, it is not their job, but it is your job to create that proper flow to the data, right? So in order to do that, you're using multiple services, and these services are platform as a nature. They are in platform as a service. So what happens? Their integration becomes a challenge, and this is the most important challenge that people face. Like I remember, I have worked on all these services before Fabric came in, and I remember I had to integrate like Databricks and IoT Hub. It was really challenging for me because, like I said, Databricks doesn't have its own internal storage. So what I had to do, I had to ingest the data using the IoT Hub, okay, and store that data first in the blob storage. So I had to create a blob storage, okay, and then I had to mount that blob storage on the Databricks service, and then I could use the notebook and analyze the data. So over here, okay, though it feels easy, yes, you can do it. Platform, how much time does it take for a platform to get ready? But trust me, when you have to talk about integration, using multiple services together, it does take time. Now, if my data is not captured in the IoT Hub, if I have to analyze what went wrong with the IoT Hub, I have to go to that IoT Hub service. There is no common ground for me to see everything together. I have to switch between browsers. We have to literally switch between browsers, go to that IoT Hub. If the data is not getting loaded, what kind of data is getting loaded in the blob storage? Okay. All that analysis, if I have to do and create an end-to-end pipeline. It is challenging. It does take time. Integration is a major challenge that is faced by people. And that is what Microsoft Fabric is going to try and overcome. So first thing is because workspaces get created, multiple work. So every service will have its own workspace. Now, if you have to even deploy, or I mean, you have to publish your reports or something. So for that, you need a different Power BI workspace. So you can see you have no common ground for all the work that you are doing to see all the work at a single place. You have to go to those workspaces independently, see why did the pipeline not execute. So if I have to see that, I have to go to the data factory service, go to that workspace, go to that browser and see, go to that particular service. Why did the notebook fail? So that people saw or Microsoft saw is people are struggling with that because there's no common ground for the workspaces. All the work that you do is not coming in a single location. Similarly, now then people are spending time. Yes, you get the platform ready, but if I have to now develop an end-to-end analytical solution, it's not going to be done by one service only. Synapse did do that, but Synapse also has a certain disadvantage in it. Okay. Though you can use the pipelines, you can use the notebooks. Okay. You can use it for visualization, but still there is a drawback to the Synapse service. So what happens then? Integration, there is a challenge. It's a challenge. People do spend a lot of time in integrating these services because security also, if you see, it's not a thing, it's not put in that individual service. You have to manage it again differently. Governance, if you have to manage, you have to govern the data, structure the data, okay, apply Azure policies. Not an easy task. Integration becomes a challenge. The next challenge that people saw when they were working with these services. Okay. So over here we are discussing about the data factory, Databricks, and app service, right? And when we are using this, okay, so when we are working with this, we can do two types of analysis. Okay, one is the big data analysis that is generally done using the Spark engine. So we term it as big data analysis, which is generally done using the Spark engine. So you can use Python, Scala, R in order to analyze the data. Okay. The second kind of analysis that you can do is using the SQL analysis. So generally on databases, data warehouses, when you write queries, right? We all might have written some queries somewhere down the line. So those queries, what are they? They're nothing but you're questioning the data. And what is analysis? You're questioning the data again. So in a way, you are doing analysis of the data, whether it's on a database, it's in a data warehouse, it's in a data lake or in a blob storage or blah, blah, other storages that are there. Okay. In a way, you are doing analysis. Now, over here, I told you you want to do big data analysis, you will require Spark engine. Okay, you will require Spark engine to do that if data is in files or yeah, generally in files or anything which is large in size. So generally that data, if you have to analyze, that is termed as big data, and you will require the Spark engine to do that. If you have to use SQL analysis, if you have to work with databases, data warehouses, you will require a different engine, different compute, different cluster to work with it. So in these services, when you're working with Synapse or you're working with Databricks, okay, the first thing that you have to create before you start writing a code, before you start writing a pipeline, because without this, you will not be able to see the results whether that notebook has properly executed or not. At times, it will not even execute the notebook. Why? Because if you want to, if you're performing any activity, you might want to see the output. You want to see the output, right? When you work even on your local system, you're using Word, Excel, PowerPoint, you're typing anything. How is that working? Because there is some physical resource that is helping you perform those tasks. You're giving it some activity to perform, and that activity, if it has to perform, you need energy, you need power, right? If you have to work out, if you have to eat, I mean, if you have to, sorry, like me, I have to talk right now. I need energy, I need power, right? And how will I do that? By eating properly, drinking, hydrating myself. I need that energy. So the same thing, if you want your notebook to be executed, if you want your pipelines to be executed, you want to see the report, you want to see the dashboard. Just giving data is not going to do it, or the analysis is not going to do it. You want to see results, right? And in order to do that, you require compute. So what is compute? Or it is also called as capacity. Now, what is this? Is this nothing but the physical resources that you require in order to get the output, to see the output. So now when we work with Data Factory, we work with Databricks, or we work with Synapse, or we work with IoT Hub or the stream analytics that is there. So over here, depending upon the workload, like I said, you want to do SQL analysis or you want to do big data analysis, you require different engines. Or you want to do data warehousing, you require different engine or different compute to do that. So when you work with Databricks or you work with Synapse, okay, over here you require different compute. Without creating a compute, you will not be able to see the output. And we need a compute, right? So in Databricks or in Synapse, depending on what work you are doing, okay, because in Synapse, in Databricks, you can do data warehousing, you can do big data analysis, both is offered to you. So over here, when you want to do that, when you want to start analysis, you will have to create a compute depending upon the workload that you are implementing. You're doing big data analysis using Notebook, you will need a Spark engine. You will have to create a Spark engine. Without that, I will not be able to implement my Notebook. If I want to do data warehousing here, I want to do data warehousing, I will have to create a separate compute to perform data warehousing. I will have to create a separate compute. Similarly, if you want to do big stream analysis, you will require a different compute to perform the streaming of your data. So over here, compute again, if you see, I will have to first of all create. Depending, I will have to decide what analysis I have to do, and I will have to create the compute. Again, I'm spending time. Again, I will have to wait for the compute to work. compute to start. How much compute will I require? Right? When we buy a laptop also, right? What do we look at first? We look at the physical requirements, the physical infrastructure. How much is the RAM? How much is the ROM? What is the disk size? How many GB RAM it is? Right? What processing we have? What processing units we have? Is it Intel? Is it some other company? Right? All those things we look at, and then we decide to buy the laptop. So here also, when you're performing the big data analysis or it's a SQL analysis, you need to decide how much compute you require. You will have to configure that because, again, like I said, they are platform in nature. So that is the third challenge that Microsoft saw, that as yes, people are getting the platform ready, people are spending time in integrating the services. And not just that, they are also spending time in creating a compute because the workload is going to be different. Within that same service, also you are depending what kind of analysis you want to do. So that was the third challenge because when you work with Synapse, okay, in the Azure Synapse analytics service, there are three pools. So pools meaning compute or cluster. They are the same terms. Okay. So here there are three pools that you create. So if I have to do SQL analysis, if I have to perform SQL analysis, in order to perform SQL analysis itself, I have two computes, which we call it as the serverless pool. The second is the dedicated pool. And these two pools are just used to perform SQL analysis. Yes, of course, there's a difference between serverless and dedicated pool. We are not going to understand. So they are actually called as serverless SQL pool. And this is also called as dedicated SQL pool. So if I have to do SQL analysis, there are two pools that I need to work with. So this pool that you get, this is a default pool. It is built in. You don't have to create. So whenever you create the service, you get this pool already created. Okay. Now, if I have to do big data analysis, because notebooks are also a part of it for using big data analysis, so I'll have to create a different pool, and that is the Apache Spark pool. Similarly, if you have to work with streaming data, you can do that on this also, but you will have to create a different pool, which is of the Azure Explorer. So here you can see, depending upon which workload I'm working with, I have to first of all create that pool. And within that same service, I might want to do SQL analysis. I have two different pools. I might require both those pools. One so you get by default. It's not something that you create, but the other, if you have to work with, you will have to create that. You also want to do big data analysis. You require a different pool. So how many times are you going to create the pool? You will have to decide the scalability, how much CPUs do you require, because ultimately data is going to scale, right? Data is um, going to be increasing, right? So here you will have to specify what is your requirement. At times data can scale up, scale down. You might not have that much compute to perform the analysis, right? So over here, and of course, yes, it will also be different for every workspace that you create. So if you have two Databricks workspaces, both those workspaces will require different computes to be created. You can't attach one unless you have a Kubernetes or something. You can use the existing one, but again, that will be a challenge. You will have to attach it. You need permission to use that compute, etc. So again, it is time consuming. Okay, you can see it is time consuming. So this is the third challenge that Microsoft saw that people are wasting time on. Okay. Then the next challenge it saw, because I told you, right? We create these services, or when we created also these services. If you recall, one such parameter that we added was the region, right? We added the region. Now I told you we have to create compute also within these services. So the cost of these compute, or where you are creating these services, the region where you are creating these services is different. Cost depends on a lot of factors. The compute, how much data are you egressing? Are you sending out? because you will be, of course, you will send the data somewhere, right? Extract, load it, store it somewhere. So that means you are sending out the data. That is the outbound data. You're sending it out. So in incoming data in Azure is not at all billed. You are not charged for it. But if you are sending out data, you will be billed for it. You are billed for it. I mean, you're charged for it. Okay. So over here, the cost is going to be different for every service. It will depend upon the region. Okay, probably you have wherever the cost is the cheapest, you are not allowed to create the service there. You have to create it in Central India, in Southeast Asia, somewhere down the line. So the cost in these regions is generally high, correct? So here it will become a problem, right? It will become a problem over here. So cost is different for different services, correct? So there is no common ground even for the cost. So depending on how many services you are going to integrate, first thing you have to do is you will have to create a service, give it a region, create a compute, right? Create a compute of that, and based on that, how much compute are you utilizing? You will be billed for it. You will be charged for it. So cost is a factor that is, and it's a challenge, right? It is a challenge that is there. Then, of course, like I said, in order to manage security, identity, and access, because everything is scattered across different workspaces, everything is being managed independently in their own platforms. So naturally, the security and the authorization, authentication to those particular services is also going to be managed independently. You might want to give somebody access to the Databricks, but and also the data factory. So you will have to configure the access, the authorization to that particular service. You want to increase your security. You are giving users access to it. You want to apply MFA. So that will happen on all the services that you are trying to implement in your analytical solution. So here also, if you see, security is not being applied on a at a single level. Everything has independent platforms. Okay. And within those platforms, you have to manage the security. You have to decide the level of access you have to give to the people. So that becomes a challenge. It is time consuming again, and time is of the essence, right? If you're spending time on all of these, when will you deploy your analytical solution then? Correct? So that is the next challenge. And the last and the final challenge, of course, is the data governance, because nothing is unified, nothing is at a single location. Correct? Everything is platform oriented, is working independently. So here, the governance also, if you have to manage, and not just that, you have subscriptions, you have resource groups, all those concepts come into picture, right? So there also at resource level, resource group level, you will have some policies. At subscription level, you will have some policies. Cost, if you have a budget, and within that budget, you have to manage the cost. Certain services, certain features of the services will be available to you. So that becomes a challenge, because costing is different. Keeping a billing of that cost, the boundary how much you are spending is a challenge. Okay. So these were the challenges that Microsoft identified. Okay. And it said, hello, we don't want people to, face these challenges. We want people to quickly and very quickly deploy or create an end-to-end analytical solution. We don't want people spending time on integrating the services, creating the services, okay, create the platforms, then create the compute, depending upon the workload that you have, and then manage the security and the governance independently again. Let's do one thing. Okay. Let's now just unify these services. Okay. So these services which we see now is a platform as a service. So Microsoft said, let's do one thing. Okay, let's SaaSify these existing data services, these existing Azure data services, and give it to people in a SaaS form. Let's SaaSify these tools that we have, these services that we have, and let's now put all of them on a single platform. And that platform is what is called as Microsoft Fabric. So what is Microsoft Fabric? It is nothing but a SaaSified, it is nothing but SaaSified Azure data services available on a single platform. And that platform is your Microsoft Fabric. Now, what did Microsoft do? Okay, it SaaSified all the data services. Okay, and we all have worked with M365, right? We have all used M365, M365 or Office 365. So in M365, what do we get? We get certain applications within it, right? We get the Word, we get Excel, we get PowerPoint, we get Outlook, we get Teams, right? We get all of that. So here it said, okay, so this particular service has been created for people to work on a business level for organizations, and it's not for everyone to use. Whoever is a part, okay, of an enterprise or an organization can use this tool in order to perform their analytical solution. Because in organizations, we know we have multiple departments, and there has to be a constant analysis that takes place between between these departments. So for them, this particular platform has been created. So yes, it gives you the SaaSified versions of these data services, but along with that, so whatever was the concept of M365, okay, all that concepts have been incorporated in the Fabric service. That means the M365 has a licensing part, right? You require a license. So here you will also require a minimum of E5 license to start using the Fabric service. Yes, you get all of these SaaSified. You don't have to worry about any of this. And you get a single platform where all these services now will be available to you. So integration will not be a challenge. Okay, integration is not a challenge. So this is what the Fabric service was created. So trust me, like I'll talk from my personal experience. For the past 2 years, I've been working on Fabric. So this service was launched exactly 2 years ago in May 2023. Okay, it was, I think, around 5th May or 3rd May. I'm not sure about the date, but this service was created then. And since then, I have seen, I mean, I don't want to use the Databricks or the Synapse or any of those services. Trust me. Like I am totally against, I'm not against it. They also have their own advantages. Fabric also has its own advantages. But the main advantage or the main challenge that Fabric has totally overcome is integration. That is a great advantage, and the costing part also, or the capacity part also. Okay, when we talk about this, we that is what Fabric has overcome, and really I like that about Fabric. I have loved that about Fabric, and I've been training people since then, okay, on Fabric for around 1.5 years now. Okay, so what is it basically? It is nothing but a SaaSified platform of the Azure data services along with a license that you require. Okay, a minimum of E5 license is required, but there are also Fabric specific licenses that you will require. E5 meaning what? To put it simply, that you have to be a part of an enterprise. You have to have a organizational, that is, you will need a organizational ID. Okay, that means you should have a domain name associated with your name, like Accenture.com, like Infosys.com, or a company name that is coming in, a domain name of your company. Okay, so this is what basically Fabric is. Okay, so now let's do one thing. I'll not continue. It's been almost 1.5 hours that I've been talking, more than 1.5 hours. So let's take a break of 20 minutes. It's almost 12. So I will start the clock, and so we will take a break of 20 minutes. Post the break, we will continue with the next topic. Okay. So here, like I said, I will be giving 3 breaks. So this is the first break. Then we will be breaking for lunch. And post the lunch break, what we will do, so we'll finish all the concepts, all the theoretical concepts before the break, because I know after the lunch break, everyone is going to be sleepy. So I don't want them to, I want you all to be awake. So we will look at the demos, whatever I have talked about, we will look at the demos, okay, on the fabric service, how to start the fabric service, what is a workspace, etc. All those concepts we will understand in the first half, and in the second half we will actually put them to implementation. Okay, so this is how I want to conduct the webinar for today. So no, sorry guys, we are not giving any trial subscription to practice the demo. Okay, we are not providing that. It is just a webinar that we are conducting so that you're aware about this particular tool. So that is what we are doing over here. So I'll just start the clock for 20 minutes. And after 20 minutes, I will see you all. So I'm going on mute and see you all after 20 minutes.
Also, everyone have shared the link to redeem your badges. So please go through it and do the same. Thank you.
Okay, so let's continue, guys, with the webinar. I hope everyone is back. Just let me know with a yes if you guys are back. Okay, so we understood what Microsoft Fabric is, why Microsoft Fabric came into picture, right? So basically, I told you Fabric is nothing but it's basically a unified platform for all your data analytical solutions that is there. So basically, it unifies the data factory service, the Synapse service, or the data warehousing part. It basically unifies the Power BI part also, okay? The visualization part, real-time analytics, if you have to perform. Now, you don't have to create different platforms for it. Everything now is in one platform, okay? So now let's understand. So basically, um, now let's understand very quickly some terms and terminologies that we will be using while we use the Fabric service. Because if we don't know the terms, the appropriate terms, what is that term doing, what is it used for, we will not be able to work on the Fabric service, right? So let's understand the certain terminology, okay, of the fabric, and also understand a very important role in the fabric ecosystem, in the fabric environment that is there, of a fabric admin. Exactly what does a admin do? Why do we need an admin? Okay, let's quickly understand that. So I told you that the minimum requirement for you to use the fabric service is that you have to be a part of an enterprise. That means you should have an enterprise domain name. You basically you need to have an E5 license. And apart from that, okay, apart from that, you will need an additional permission. So apart from that, you will need an additional permission from a person who is called as the fabric admin. Now, what does the Fabric admin do? Okay, the Fabric admin has the majority of the, I would say major responsibility, sorry, has major responsibility of managing the Fabric service. Okay, it has the maximum responsibility, or I would say when we talk about, the unified security part also, it is something that is put, or it is that particular role has been given to the Fabric admin. Now, we are all, I am a part of the same enterprise, Ria is a part of the same enterprise, Shubh is a part of the same enterprise, but it's not necessary that if we are a part of the same enterprise, okay, Shubh or Ria or me can get the access to the Fabric service. Okay, we have the domain name, we have an E5 license given to us so that we could use all the M365 tools like Excel, Word, OneDrive, all of those things. But if I have to work on Fabric, I will need a permission from the Fabric admin. So the Fabric admin is the person who basically manages the level of access, decides how much access should be given to one, how much should not be, whom to give access, whom not to give. Okay, so it does it on the basis of roles. Okay, so it will give a role based, so it will have a role based access control, which we also call it as the RBAC. So the minimum role that you need, or the permission that you need in order to work with the Fabric service, is of a workspace admin. So I'll explain what is this admin, what is a workspace. We are going to see that again. Okay. So the first thing that you need is, of course, you have to be a part of the enterprise. Okay. You need an organizational ID. The second thing is that you need to have a permission You need to be given that access, that permission that, okay, you are allowed to use the Fabric service. Okay. The next thing that the Fabric admin does is also manages the optimization, manages the monitoring. Okay. Another thing that it does, it purchases the Microsoft license, Microsoft Fabric license, actually, I should say, Microsoft Fabric license, because here, whenever you purchase a license, okay, along with the license, you have a capacity associated, okay, whichever license you purchase, okay, it will have a capacity, and that capacity will have something called as stock keeping units. So when we discuss the capacity term, what is capacity and etc., I'll explain that further. But that capacity, if I need the physical resources, basically I will need, right, like I said, we need output, we need compute to analyze our reports, to create reports, to do the notebook activity, to perform the pipelines, etc. We will need compute. So that is coming, that comes attached with a license that you purchase. So an individual, yes, can purchase a license, but it is expensive, right? When you or me have to go and buy it. For an enterprise, it is okay because they're investing for using that service. So if they have to use a Fabric service, they have to purchase a Microsoft Fabric license. And to that license, then you get permission whether you can start using the Fabric service or not. Okay, so yes, you are a part of enterprise, but that license, that Fabric license that is purchased, you might not be able to use it. You can use the E5 license that is allocated, but if you have to work with the Fabric license, you might not have that permission, and you need the Fabric admin. It is also your M365 admin only. It's the same thing. Whatever concept you had, like I said, it's nothing but just think of Fabric as M365, but for data services, SaaSified data services. Just think of them in that manner. Okay. So over here, you have the Fabric admin whose job is to allocate the access, and it does it on the role based. Okay. Purchases the license. So this license, with this, you get the permission, you get capacities, and you can allocate these capacities to the people whom you have given permission to use Fabric. Okay, so these capacities that are allocated by the Fabric, that means you get permission to use the license and the capacity within it. Okay, for them, okay, if the admin feels he wants or she wants to, monitor the capacity, how much it is being utilized, who is using how much capacity, which which user is utilizing a maximum capacity, whether that particular capacity needs to be scaled up, scaled down. Okay, we require more computing power or etc. All those decisions are again taken by whom? It is taken by the Fabric admin. So your Fabric admin is looking at the capacity, is optimizing, monitoring, and troubleshooting the capacities that come with the license that you purchase. Okay, so this is the next task or the next role or the next next task that is implemented or performed by the Fabric admin. Then the last role that is performed, or two more, not the last role, but two roles that, or two tasks that the Fabric admin performs is of data governance. So when we talked about unifying the data governance also, so the data governance is primarily taken care by the Fabric admin. Okay, it is for the entire Fabric subscription that will be managed in which regions. So when you have to work with the Fabric content, they will ultimately be deployed somewhere in some region. They will be added, they will be created, right? So which region is it supposed to be created? What should be my compute size? What SKU should I purchase in that license? That capacity I have to purchase? That all decision, those all decisions, sorry, is taken by the Fabric admin. Okay, it is taken care by the Fabric admin. So the data governance also, where the items, where the content will be created, in what region on the globe will be done, what policies do I have to apply, all that decision will be taken by the Fabric admin. And the last and the final thing that will be done is a lot of configurations and customizations will be managed by the Fabric admin. So nowadays, we all know we are hearing about Copilot, we are hearing about Azure OpenAI services or AI services, right? Lots of things we are hearing. So if you want Copilot, so Microsoft is, we know Copilot is something that is Microsoft's native chat generation tool, right? And it is kind of now in every service we are seeing that Copilot is being incorporated, whether it is GitHub, so you have GitHub Copilot, whether it is the M365 Office applications, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, you are getting Copilot. Even in the Windows operating system, we know we have the Copilot installed. Okay, we are getting that in the Edge browser also. We have the Copilot. So whichever is the Fabric, I mean, whichever is the Microsoft native services, in all of that, we are finding the Copilot being used, right? And that Copilot, so why should not Fabric be a part of that? So the Fabric uses Copilot in every service that is available on its platform, okay? On every service, whether you talk about Data Factory, you talk about the Databricks, the notebooks that are there, you talk about real-time analysis, all of them uses the Copilot service. But if you have to use that Copilot service in every service that is mentioned, then you will need the permission from your Fabric admin. Okay? You will require a permission from the Fabric admin in order to use Copilot in every service that is there. And not just that, even certain licenses, I mean, actually, I'll not talk about it, but yeah. Also, if you have to work with the Azure AI, create data agents, okay, work with the Azure OpenAI service, Azure AI services, you want to use them in your Fabric service, do data and AI combination, you want to create an analytical solution, then you will need the permission again, even for that, to use it in every service. Otherwise, you can use all the service all the services that are there, okay, within the capacity that is allocated to you. So what is that? I will just talk about it. But all these customizations, all these configurations, the admin can do it. Okay, so these are the roles that the admin performs. So if the admin has to perform these roles, there are certain tools that he uses. One very popular tool that the admin uses is called as the admin portal. So this is like a web interface or a web UI interface that is used by the Fabric admin in order to perform these operations that we just listed up here. Okay, all that management on the Fabric level is done by the admin. So you can see majority of the control lies with the Fabric admin. Not everyone is given the free is being given that access to use Fabric unless you are an admin. Okay, unless you're an admin. So it is always in the hands of the M365 administrator, or we also call it as the Fabric admin. Now, the Fabric admin, if somebody has been given permission to use the Fabric portal. Okay, so let's look at how the Fabric basically license here. We can also call it as a subscription that is used, okay, in order to um, okay, it is like a subscription that you purchase. So like to any OTT platforms, if you have to use anything, right? You want to see series or documentaries or movies, etc. You need to buy a subscription, right? You do get a free subscription and a paid subscription. So we know there is a difference between the free and the paid, right? So that subscription, if somebody has to buy, basically you're buying a license, okay? That is done by the Fabric admin. Now, once the Fabric admin purchases that subscription, so let's say this is the Fabric subscription. Okay, so this subscription now will be used by certain people. Okay, so if you are a part of the organization and you have a permission from the Fabric admin, so the Fabric admin can create something called as a tenant to the subscription. Now, what does a tenant mean? So we, let's say, have a house, right? We have another house, and we want somebody to use or rent that house, correct? So what we do, we find a tenant so that somebody can come and stay at our house, use the electricity, use the water, okay? Basically stay, make them as their home. But in exchange of that, what they do, they pay for it. Pay it in terms of rent, correct? You are paid, you need to pay the rent if you're staying in somebody else's house. So similarly here, if you have a Fabric subscription, it is belonging not to you, belongs to the organization. Correct? You become a tenant. You don't own it. You are just using that service. That so you need a permission to use that subscription, right? So the admin can do it on the organizational level. Okay, he can, let's say, not department wise, because entire all the departments, we know there are departments in the enterprise. Yeah, guys, just a minute. I'll just have a sip of water and then I'll continue. Yeah. So basically, what is a tenant? A tenant is like a person who is using, creating, storing all those things, okay, within the Fabric subscription, right? Within the Fabric subscription. So the administrator is the one who will decide how to allocate the subscription. So it can do it on an organizational level. Okay, so people who are a part of the organization, but it's not necessary that they belong to any specific department. Okay, once you get the permission, you become a tenant to the Fabric subscription, you can start using. Okay, so it's basically like a instance of the subscription. That means you can use that particular subscription, like how you're using somebody else's house. You've been given that permission to use the Fabric ecosystem, Fabric portal, so that you can create, Fabric, manage, or store Fabric content in the Fabric subscription. So here, yes, you once you get that permission, you are a tenant. Okay, you are a tenant. So what is a tenant? So here I'll list down the terminology. The first term is the tenant. So a tenant is nothing but an instance, or actually it will be a single instance of the Fabric subscription, so that you can create, manage, store the Fabric content in a dedicated space. Okay, and you can get the permission to create them. So it's like a top level hierarchy that is there. So you create a tenant. So it could be at an organizational level, or it could be according to the departments that are there within. So it's up to the Fabric admin how to architect it, how to create the tenants. And if it has to create the tenant, it will be basically like I am a tenant. I've been allocated to use the Fabric. I've been given a capacity to use. So I'm like a tenant. Okay, so that I can use the Fabric subscription. The second term that comes into picture. So once you are a tenant, okay, you get the permission, like I said, to use the Fabric capacity, the license, right? Now, like you have when you are a part of an enterprise, you have been given an email ID. Why is that email ID being given to you? So that you can, there is a official communication that happens between you and your colleagues, right? And you can also make use of Outlook, Word, Excel in order to what we say in order to communicate. So if you have to write any emails to anyone or something, right, you can use that organizational ID. So that means you're a part of the E5 license. In that license, you can use all the applications that Office 365 has to offer. And so all of y'all then become tenant to that license because you've been given permission. And then along with that, you are getting mapped to a domain, right? You're getting mapped to a domain. So this is the third. Actually, I should explain this first, then we will go to the capacity. What is a capacity? So basically, or let me do one thing, let me explain capacity. So once you create a organizational tenant, okay, you will be given a capacity. You will be allocated a capacity. Why? Because you have to create the fabric content, manage the fabric content. And for doing that, you need capacity, right? You need to, you need your activity that you have given to give you the output, produce the output, right? So over here, now if the capacities are allocated, they are allocated domain wise. Okay, they will be allocated domain wise or simply here as departments. So here you will have a marketing capacity. You will have a marketing capacity. Okay, you can also have like a sales capacity that will be created. So though you are a part of the same organization, you become a tenant, and along with that, you will be assigned a capacity. So a capacity, okay, a tenant, a single tenant can have more than one capacity. That is up to the fabric admin to decide. But capacity here is nothing but so capacity here is nothing but physical resources that you require, right? And these capacities, okay, are basically license based. So you have to purchase a license, and in that license, you get capacity offerings. You have lots of capacities that are offered, and through and the capacity that is offered, okay, within this license, it is offered through fabric SKU and trials. Okay, it is offered to through fabric SKUs. So here you are purchasing a license, and within that license you have capacities. Okay, and those capacities are categorized as Q, that is the stock keeping unit. So over here, let's say you, so fabric has, let me just tell you all the licenses it has. So fabric has 3 licenses that you can use of. So here I'll specify the fabric licenses. So the first license Fabric has is, it is called as Microsoft Fabric Free. So as the name says free, it will be given to you for a trial period will be given to you, a trial capacity will be given to you for 60 days. That is 2 months only. And within 2 months, you can use whatever you want in the fabric service. It is totally up to you. Okay. But once those 60 days are up, once that capacity, 2 months are over, okay, it will no longer be free. You will have to go for one of the paid licenses of fabric, which is your Microsoft, which is pay as you go, I would say. Pay as you go. Okay, this is the license. Now, what is the pay as you go? So this pay as you go is basically you pay for it, okay, and you immediately pay for that service. So it's like you're using the electricity bill, okay, how much you are using based on the consumption, you pay for it, right? You pay for that much electricity that is there. So over here, so that's the same thing. If you're creating anything, any content in the fabric subscription, okay, which is a lake house or a warehouse, which we will see, okay. So you immediately pay for it. You are paying for that particular service immediately. So that capacity or that license is called as a pay-as-you-go license. Okay, so here there will be certain SKUs that you purchase and you will allocate it to the tenants in that you have in the fabric. So you'll create a subscription like that and divide the capacity within it. Okay? I don't know if you can convert this to a reserved instance, but there is a different license for reserving instances, which is called as the reserve capacity. So here you can reserve a capacity that is totally fine, but I don't know if you can convert it to from a pay as you go, if you can convert it to a reserved instance, that I don't know. But over here, if you want to reserve any capacity, let's say you're not creating any fabric content now. Let's say you want to create it after a year or after 30 or after 3 years. Okay. And you reserve and you keep it. So what does Microsoft do? It is going to give you a discount. So when you pay, so what, yeah, so it actually does happen pay as you go, if I have to say, because you reserve it and you keep it. But when you have to pay, right, when you have to pay for that content that you have created, then it switches to pay as you go. But the payment will be a little less. You don't have to pay so high because you had reserved this instance, you have kept it on standby and you had reserved it. So it will give you a discount of some percentage, and then you only have to pay for that. Yes, then later on, yes, of course, it will. I understood in what context you mean. So yes, definitely, it will turn to a as-you-go model. Okay, so over here you have the reserved instance capacity. So if you want to read more about the licenses, you can definitely search for it. I'll just put these services to delete. So if you want to know more about the fabric licenses, you can just search for, I normally use this uh, because they are one and the same, not actually one and the same, but you can just look at both the licenses, Power BI licenses and fabric licenses. Just switch to this and you can see here you have 3 licenses that are there for the fabric service, which is a capacity reservation and capacity pay as you go. So basically here you are purchasing the capacity, nothing else. So depending upon which capacity you have, sorry, okay, you can see if you purchase the reserved this thing, you will have 40.5% discount. You will save this much cost whenever you have reserved this particular capacity, and whenever you require it, you can just then pay for it at a discounted rate. So if you want to study about this, because here we are not going to highlight, or I'm not going to talk more about the licenses, but you do require a license, okay, to use the fabric subscription, either a free one for 60 days, or you would need one of the capacity pay as you go or reserved one. Okay, so in the reserve, we understood pay as you go. It's something that is dynamically created. You can also use Microsoft Azure. So if you come to the Fabric, sorry, Azure service, you can search for the Fabric service, and here you can create a compute. Okay, you can use a fabric compute. You can create over here one of the SKUs you can purchase. You can pay for it and you can start using it. Okay, so you can definitely create a compute here. So why it is giving me an error because my portal and my fabric subscription, the tenant that I'm using, they are not the same. Okay, the tenants that I'm working with, they are not the same. That is why it is giving me an error. But if you have your organizational ID and the portal ID is the same. So you can definitely create a fabric capacity over here, the pay as you go capacity. If you don't want to purchase, but if you want to create within that Azure subscription, okay, within your Azure subscription, that also option you have. Okay, that is also another way you can create your fabric. So alternative for Power BI open source, I don't know. I have never so you can use Python, you can use ClickSense, Python ClickSense. I'll just mention that in the chat. You can use Python analytics, the Matplotlib, Seaborn libraries. You can use ClickSense. Then you can also use, I think, Apache superset. So you can just use any one of them. So these are some of the open source options that you can use. Okay. No, you don't create basically capacity based on the license. So I told you capacity comes with what do we say? It comes attached with yeah, it I no Click Sense. Click Sense is open source, but not Click. So it can be different. So whatever, I mean, you will have to do that R&D. I've not used any open source for data visualization actually, except Python and Power BI. Okay, so you can just run through the Google. So capacity units, meaning I tell you, over here I told you about the queue stock keeping units, right? And I told you that with every stock keeping unit, okay, so if you see you have, so the SKUs are named as F2, F4, F6, oh sorry, F2, F4, F8, F16, F32, and so forth. And with those, okay, you get capacity units, and those capacity units, okay, like two will have two units, two CUs, okay, how much capacity you are utilizing, and with those capacities you will get a certain number of vcores, okay, certain memory will come with that. So that is what it basically means. It doesn't mean the number of licenses you purchase. In that license, pay as you go, you purchase, but which SKU you want, you decide which SKU you want. Okay, so that is what basically it means. Okay, with every SKU, okay, there will be some capacity units like utilization. If I have to track, it is done through these capacity units, and these capacity units then will have their own cores. Some cores will be allocated, some memory will be allocated with that. So here you're just purchasing the license, and within that license, you will be purchasing the SKU. Basically, you will be using a SKU. So like if you create a capacity from the Azure subscription, okay, so you are basically purchasing a SKU. You're not purchasing multiple licenses, or you don't have to purchase number of licenses. Within every license, you will get certain number of SKUs allocated. Like if you go for pay as you go, you can create any SKU you want. Okay, but if you have free trial, the free license, okay, you don't get any SKUs. You just get a trial capacity. Okay, you just get a trial capacity. Yes, it has memory. If you see the link Abhijit has shared, you can see the memory. There is a memory description also given below. So it will all depend upon how much data are you uploading, okay, into the fabric. So yes, but it is not built separately. There will be, it will not be built separately. So the storage is in the cloud itself, but the billing is done through the SKUs only. So every SKU will, like I said, will have its capacity units. And within that capacity unit, it will have its own cores and memory allocated to it. Okay, so the memory and cores, everything, they come part of it. So like I said, guys, I'm not going to touch upon that topic because it's not required when we talk about fabric. It is something your admin has to take care of. Yes, you can say it is proportional. We don't know. There is no calculator that they have as of now. I had heard of it that they are going to come up with a calculator just for memory, for one lake memory. So what is that one lake? We are going to discuss that now. But coming to the terminology, okay. So your capacity, like I said, is based on the license that you purchase, and it is offered through these queues and trials that Fabric has. So either you can purchase one of these licenses and you get an equivalent SKU inside it. Okay, so which SKU you want to use, it is your call. You decide how you want to use it. Now, the next thing that gets created, okay, I will come to actually domain, I'll explain later. But before that, I will explain the concept of workspace. Now, what is a workspace? Okay, a workspace is basically the unified platform that we talked about. I told you that Fabric is a unified platform. If you want to work with the data factory service, you want to work with the Synapse service, you want to work with real-time analytics. So whatever content you are creating, whether so whatever content you are creating, it is stored in a single location in a container, and that container is called as your workspace. Okay, that container. So whatever capacity will be utilized, it is going to be utilized basically in this workspace to create the Fabric content. Okay, so here all the different functionalities that you have, data warehousing, data factory, data breaks or notebooks or reporting or the Power BI part. Okay, so it brings all those functionalities together. It creates a logical group, a logical container of all your Fabric content. Okay, so basically it is a collection of items. What is items? I'll explain that. Okay, it is a collection of items, a container, okay, that uses this capacity and it executes or leverages the capacity and for the work that is being executed. So it's like a control area. You can control all the items within this. You can also manage access on top of the workspace, whom to give what access on what items do you want to give access. All that decision is taken on this workspace. Okay, so we will see before we go for the lunch break in half an hour. We will see how to create a workspace. What do I mean by this? Okay, and I will show you all how to create one. Okay, now what is items? We'll just complete that this part and then we will come back to the domain. What is a domain? Because if you have to understand the domain, you need to understand what is a workspace. Okay, and if you have to understand workspace, you have to understand what is an item or what is a Fabric item. So this is nothing but the building blocks of the Fabric platform. Okay, these are these are the objects that you create, the content that I've been talking about, right? These are the contents that you create in the Fabric platform. For example, you want to work with data warehouses, you want to work with data pipelines, you want to work with reports, you want to work with lake houses, you want to work with notebooks. So lake houses, warehouses, pipelines, they are nothing but items in the Fabric portal or in the Fabric platform. Okay, so this is what is items. Now, if I have to see all the items together, what I have created, what I need to manage, who can I give access, manage the control on top of the items or on top of the workspace, I can do that using the items. Now, what is a domain then? A domain is nothing but a collection of all the workspaces. It is a logical grouping. So it helps you organize items which makes sense. Okay, so here you can go according to the departments, you can create a domain and allocate a capacity to them. Okay, or you can, yeah, so instead of create, so once they are a part of the organization, they are a tenant. Okay, but if you have to give access to the fabric and use the capacity, so furthermore, security if you want to add, or governance if you, or control you want, okay, you can do that using a domain. So a domain is nothing but a logical grouping of workspaces. So if you're working in the sales department, whatever workspaces you create, they will all stay in the sales capacity or in the sales domain. Okay, or whatever workspaces you create in the marketing capacity, they all stay in the marketing this thing. So you are basically creating multiple workspaces, and the group of that workspace is called as your domain. So within the marketing capacity, you can have multiple workspaces created. So this could be a product workspace. You could have a pricing workspace, which manages the pricing of every product. You can also have a people or a customer workspace to manage the customer relation, customer feedback, etc. So you can have a customer workspace. Within the sales, you can have like a enterprise workspace or a direct. So if you have B2C or B2C or B2B, so you can kind of have workspaces related to that. So you can have an enterprise Okay, so these are the ways in which you can further divide the capacity. Yes, you can call it as departments. Okay, departments in your organization that you have so that they make sense. It is logically put together. Okay. So this is how your fabric portal or your fabric subscription, or if you have to use the fabric portal, fabric ecosystem, okay, this is how it is done. Okay. Now, at times, now if I have to start using, so let's just look at a demo quickly on if I have to start using the fabric subscription. So if you have to start working on the fabric portal, you have to use this URL called as app.fabric.microsoft.com. Okay. And like I said, if you are a part of the organization, you have been given the permission and you have to start using the fabric this thing, you can just now go and log into this. So I'll just click on app. So I'll just enter app.fabric.microsoft.com. And if you see here, okay, you can log into the Fabric portal. This is the URL for the Fabric portal. So over here, if you see, it is telling you to use the organization email. You need to have the rights, okay, and the access, the manage. Your admin has to give you permission to use the Fabric subscription, the Fabric portal. If you don't have that, you will not be able to log in. That means you at least need to have a domain name. Even if you create a dummy domain name of your choice and you log in, but you will still need a E5 license and one of the Fabric licenses. So these are the things you will still need in order to work with Fabric. So over here, I'm going to enter my organizational ID because I've been given the permission to use the Fabric subscription, Fabric capacity. Okay, so over here we have the so we have logged into the fabric portal. So this is how the portal looks like. Now, when you log in to the fabric portal, by default you get a a default workspace created, which is called as my workspace. Okay, which is called as my workspace. It's a default workspace, a private workspace that is given to every tenant. Okay? I doubt you will get a free trial. You can try that. Okay? But you will have to use your organizational ID to do it. I doubt you can, I mean, you can try it. You can definitely try it, but I don't know if it will work because from January or February, Microsoft has stopped giving the trial capacity. Okay, so there is a trial capacity that they have for people who want to use Fabric. So they used to earlier give this trial capacity, but now they have stopped that trial capacity that is there, trial queue that is there. So I doubt for new users, this is not available. So if you are a first time user on the Fabric portal, I doubt you will get the free trial that is there. But you can give it a try, I don't know. But as far as my knowledge, for new users, this particular trial capacity is not available because I am a older user, so I still have the trial with me, but not for new users. So you can try it. That is not a problem at all. You can definitely give it a try. So so here, if you see, you get a personal or a private workspace. Now, what does that mean? Right, when we go to the office, right, we have a dedicated space for us where we keep our own stuff, we keep our laptops, we keep our what we say, we keep our uh, bag, water bottle, tiffin boxes, etc. So it's a space that is dedicated to us, like a desk we have, right? Which is only where we can keep our things. Nothing else will belong in that. So let's say you are working on Fabric and you don't want to share and collaborate with people. You want to keep things private to yourself. You just want to keep it to you. You don't want to share and collaborate with your teammates as of now. You feel you are not ready. You just want to create and keep it. Later on, you might want to create, okay, or you don't want to create. I mean, you don't want to share it with those items at all. So over here, you get a personal workspace created with every tenant. So it's a default workspace that you get. Okay, so once you log into the Fabric service, you get a My Workspace already assigned to you. Okay, this is a workspace that is already created and it is assigned with every tenant that is there. Now, I have to create a workspace which where I can share it with people. I can, give access to people on. They can come collaborate, work with me, right? We saw different workspaces that we could create because everyone will get a capacity allocated, and within that domain, they have to create the workspaces. So here, let's see how to create a share workspace that you can share. So here, I'll just click on this. Yes, this is actually, to be honest, I'll be very honest here. Like Microsoft, what did they do? They kind of incorporated the Fabric service in the existing Power BI service only. So if you have to use the Power BI service also, you can do that. You can just come to this left-hand side icon, click on it. And can you see here, you have the Fabric service. So here you can just click on this and you can work with the with the Power BI um, service. But keep in mind, Power BI is different, Fabric is different. Okay, so if you have a Power BI license or one of the Power BI licenses that is Pro PPU, okay, you can use them, but you will not be able to work on the Fabric content or the Fabric items that you have to create. Yes, you can create reports, you can create dashboards, that is not a problem. That all is possible. But if you have to create a pipeline or a lake house or a warehouse, which is a Fabric content, that is not possible using the Power BI license. Okay, they are not going to go anywhere. Power BI licenses are going to be there. Just what you will need is an additional license again. Okay, you can purchase a fabric license. Within the fabric, you will get Power BI. You can do Power BI work. But if you have a Power BI license and you want to do fabric work, then that is not possible. Okay, I repeat, you can purchase a fabric license. And if you want to work on Power BI, that is possible using the fabric license. But if you have a Power BI license and you want to work on the fabric content or the fabric items, then that is not possible. You will still have to purchase a fabric capacity that is there. That is nothing but the license, right? So even if you have PPU or Pro, it is not going to make any difference. So now let's go ahead and create a workspace. So if I have to create a workspace, either you can click on this button, new workspace, or you can just come to this workspaces tab and just click on new workspace. So I'll create a workspace here and just click on assign, sorry, click on apply. So it will create a workspace. So over here, if you see next to the workspace name, you should see a fabric content, right? You're seeing a fabric content. Now, what is this fabric content? This basically indicates that this workspace is capable of creating fabric items. Okay. So over here, I told you it is different from the Power BI. So let me just show that to you. I'll create a Power BI demo workspace. And here I'm going to allocate the PPU license that I have. So if you see here, we are getting a workspace which has the Power BI premium content, PPU content. But now if I have to create any fabric item, so I'll just click on the new item and I go ahead and create a data pipeline. So here you can see it is not allowing me to do that. It says that the Power BI workspace needs to be upgraded to a fabric trial at least, or one of the fabric capacities you will have to upgrade, or you will have to allocate this workspace with a fabric specific capacity. Okay, so that is what is the difference that I just told you. So I'll just delete this workspace because I'll not need it. So if you see, this is your fabric portal. This is how you can log into the fabric and you can create a workspace. So sadly, I'm not the fabric admin. Just a second, guys. Yeah. So over here, we saw how to create a fabric workspace. Okay. So this so as of now, we don't have any what we say, we don't have domain or anything. I've just been given the access to create a workspace. So that is what we have created. But just keep in mind, you will need this diamond symbol, okay, to so this indicates that okay, this is your fabric, or this workspace is capable of creating fabric items. So now over here we discussed about just a second, guys, just a second. Yeah. So over here we have uh, so we understood what is the fabric. So guys, just 10 more minutes. We will just complete one last topic and then we will take a lunch break. And post the lunch break, then we, like I said, we are just going to see demos. Okay, so just 10 minutes. I have one very important concept to explain, and then we will take a lunch break. Now, I told you that Fabric, we understood that it's a unified platform for all the data services or the Azure existing data services that is there. So they have kind of been sassified and they have been put into a single platform, unified platform, which is a Fabric service, right? Now, at times, what happens in your organization, you have multiple departments, right? You have the HR department, you have the sales department, you have a marketing department, right? You have these different departments that are there. And not in the recent session, but what I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. So I'd shown the difference between the Power BI workspace and a Fabric workspace. That's what I had shown right now. So when I'm in the Power BI workspace, I can't work with the Fabric content. Okay. But if I am in the Fabric workspace, then I can work with Power BI content. That is not a problem because one of the components of the Fabric is your Power BI service. Okay. Now over here we have, like in an enterprise, we have uh, different departments, right? We have the HR, sales, marketing, finance, etc. All these departments, and these departments have their own way of storing the data, right? They store their own data in their respective storages. So here, let's say it's a data lake. Okay, it's a data lake where the sales team, the marketing team, the HR team stores their own data, right? Now, over here, if you see that every department is managing their own data lake. So here I'm going to call it as data lakes. These are the storage that they are using is the data lakes. Now, let's say we all know that sales and marketing kind of go hand in hand, right? Depending on how you market, how well you market that product, you get the number of, I mean, the sales go up and etc. And if the, I mean, they are kind of used with one another, right? So let's say sales and marketing team have to share the data with one another, right? Sales wants marketing team data, okay, on how they are marketed, which audience have they targeted, etc. All that information the sales department wants, okay, and the marketing team wants the sale or the marketing team wants the information from the sales department, correct? So over here, what is happening? Because every department has their own data lakes, has their own storage. So don't you think your sharing of the data or the resource that you have is a problem? How will I have to share my data with the marketing team? I will have to create a copy and send that copy to the data lake of the marketing team. And if marketing team also has to share their data with the sales team, how will they share it? They will create a copy of that data and then share it with the sales team in their data lake. Correct? So over here, what happens then? You are creating multiple copies of that same data. Now, if the HR team also requires data from the sales team or the marketing team, so again, what will happen? Multiple copies will be created, right? Multiple copies get created. So over here, what happens? This is a problem. Okay, this is a problem, and it is called as data silos, where data is being maintained or stored in independent storages, or data is being handled, managed, okay, in independent storages. So such a problem is called as data silos. Okay, so over here, when you have data stored in different storages, one problem is the resource sharing. Second is you have multiple copies of that same data that is created, right? When you have to do the resource sharing. Okay, of course, now if you have data in multiple storages and you are sharing the data, security, applying sensitivity labels, hiding or masking certain data comes into picture. And because of that, even your, what we say, there is no common ground even for the data or managing the data, applying the security on top of the data, right? So over here, you spend a lot of time even sharing the data. Why? Because you have to share it across multiple data lakes that are being managed by that department. Across multiple teams, you have to share the data and in their respective data lakes. So this is a problem. And that problem is called as data silos. So Microsoft said, hey, hello, we don't want people. Okay, if we are solving the problem of integration for many people, and we are bringing all the data services on one platform. Let's do that even with the data. Instead of having and managing multiple data lakes, let's do one thing. Let's create a single storage also for the data so that anyone wants to share the data between domains, between the departments, now becomes easy. Okay. And that single storage that they came up with is called as the one lake. Okay, it is called as the one lake. So what is one lake? One lake is nothing but a single repository to manage data, to handle data, where all the data, a single copy of the data is stored and managed. That repository, that storage is called as the one lake. So one lake is where basically all the data that you load, okay, will be loaded in the fabric. So if you are loading the data into the fabric, where will it be stored? It will be stored in the one lake. So think of one lake as the OneDrive for files and folders or documents that we have, right? This is nothing but okay. So this is nothing but like your OneDrive um, link or OneDrive where all your files or documents you can load. It doesn't matter what type of file or extension you're using, whether it's a Word, Excel, PPT, or any file, audio, video, images, anything you can upload on that OneDrive link, and you can get it at a single location. Then you can give access to people on top of it, right? By creating a link or giving direct access, etc. But if I have to manage my data also at a single location, okay, then that location in Fabric is called as the one lake. So you can have multiple workspaces created, multiple capacities allocated, okay. But if you have to within that same capacity, you can have multiple workspaces created. But all the data that you upload to any of the workspace is going to be stored as a single copy in your one lake. So instead of managing multiple data lakes within your organization, okay, if you have these organization tenant and you allocate capacity within it and then you create workspaces, now sharing collaboration becomes easy because one lake, so there is for every tenant, Okay, there is a one lake that automatically gets associated. Okay, so the minute you are a tenant to the Fabric subscription, okay, no, one lake is not domain specific. That's what I'm saying. One lake is tenant specific. So the minute you are a tenant to your Fabric subscription or you start using the Fabric portal, okay, it is a data lake will not come into picture. No, over here, why are you talking about data lake? We are not talking about data lake at all. Okay, so one lake will become tenant specific. Okay, it will be depending. So the minute you become a tenant, with every tenant, there will be a one lake that will be created. Okay, so over here, it's not going to depend upon the domains that you have or anything. So one lake will depend upon the tenant, the tenant that if you are a tenant, then you will always get a one lake. So over here, if I go back, now if I have to see the data in the one lake, so there is a catalog that is being created where I can go and see the data. So if you come to this one lake catalog, it will list all the data that is currently present in your one lake. So this is the data that is stored, and it is not giving for, it's not just giving for a specific workspace, it is giving for all the workspaces that I have or I had created in the past. Okay, so over here, you can see now over here, I can just come and look at the data. So it's just giving you a view that what it is doing. It is just created a catalog and it is telling you what is the data source name, what is the type of that data source, whether it's a lake house, warehouse, okay, or it's a semantic model. That is what is being told over here. Because if you have to load data into the one lake, okay, you will require some of the Fabric storages. So some of the ways in which you will have to load at least once, you will have to load the data, correct? So over here, you can use a lakehouse. Okay, so you can load the data if you have if your data is semi-structured or unstructured, you can use the lakehouse to load your data. Okay, if you have to work with structured data, you have to load the data into the one lake and it's a structured data, then you should use the warehouse. So for structured data, you will use the warehouse. If you have to work with real-time data, so you can use the event house or real-time data. So here you can see no matter what the type of the data is, right? If you use any of these ways of loading the data, okay, it will all be available to you at a single location, and that single location is your one lake. Okay, that single location is your one lake. So over here, what we will do, so like I said, with every tenant, okay, you get the one lake created. And whenever you work with one lake, okay, though you can work with any file, okay, it could be a text file, it could be a CSV file, it could be a DBO table or TBO related schema table, relational table that you create. You could work with real-time data, okay, but the best format, now if you have to write, you do it, you have extracted the data, you have loaded the data using either the lake house or the warehouse or the event house, okay, it doesn't matter. But when you are writing after doing some transformations, you're loading the data, okay, into the one lake. So one lake uses a format, okay, it uses a format. So if you're writing the data as a file, if you're writing the data as a file, it best understands the parquet file. So it is always better, like it is one of the best practices also, that when you load the data, okay, final transformed data after transforming or something and you're loading it to the one link, okay, you have to use the parquet file format. Okay, so in terms of the file, you save it as a parquet extension. But if it's a table, okay, if it's a table, use the delta table format, which is available. So basically, One lake is like a lake-centric architecture. It is the architecture, the base of the one lake is a lake-centric architecture. So that is why it accepts the best format it understands is the pair key, and the table, if you have to work with, it best understands is the delta table. Okay, so here basically you can load it in any format, but when you're loading it, okay, the format it understands the best is the one lake. Sorry, it's the delta and the delta pair key format. It is what it is called, okay, together. But you can definitely work with structured data. You can work with event houses, etc. Okay, so now let's take a break of 1 hour. Okay, and after that, we will look at what is a lake house, what is a warehouse. We will see what is an event house, and we will see Shubham, actually, I've not understood your question. In what context? Like data lake will not be time consuming. I mean, data lake is not bad at all. But when you have multiple departments working in together, you have to share the data with them, right? Then it will be a problem to get the data, copy the data. Okay. So if you could like elaborate on the question, I'm not understanding. Is it in context to one lake or you're just asking in general? Like it's a general question that you are asking. So if you want to unmute and okay, you don't have the option to unmute, but like if you can just elaborate, is it in context to one lake? Okay, fine. So guys, just now let's take a break of 1 hour. After the break, we will mostly do the demos. I will not, because there's not much theory, I mean, that we can cover. Like I said, this is an overview, it's a webinar, it's not something we are training on. But whatever is required in terms of understanding the fabric service, I have covered that right now. And then we will just understand how to use the tool. Okay. So let's take a break of 1 hour and I will see you all after the break. So I'm going on mute and I'll see you all after the break.